All right. Hello. We should have this fixed now. Um, so the game audio should be playing. Um, so we'll just take it from the top again, and just do another countdown. So I'll start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, I was gonna mention, like I just mentioned, that the I turned the movies off right there and swapped the ATB weight because this game uses uh, like an adaptive time battle system, not unlike like the Final Fantasies of the SNES era. So um, having the having it set to wait is really nice. And then I'm not gonna go through the time to name any character because uh, text is pretty much instant in this version of the game. And so um, there are some text boxes that wait a bit to advance, like that one that just happened. But um, there's a bit of like text matching that needs to be done to like really get really like optimize the game. I'm first gonna go to this menu, set the dial speed up, and set the menu cursor to full before I proceed onward. Uh, Here we uh, talk to Chrono's mom to get an allowance, 200G, which will be used to buy items from the shop right here. So the when I'm mashing through the dialogue in this game, I am using both the A button and the touchscreen, in fact. So if anybody was curious, this is I've had this game on the DS since I first like saw it come out, and I am playing this on a 3DS capture device. So here's an item shop that I wanted to go to and buy 11 potions, 3 shelters. Shelters are like tents in Final Fantasy. Just fully heal at a save point. And we met Marley here, who's I think I might have made a mistake while I was talking through it, but I'll be able to handle that later. We wanted to visit Luca here, who showing off a invention of Earth called the telepod, and to get and proceed through the story, we talked to Marley, and things are going to go awry with this telepod, which is able to transport people. So uh, typically, what transpires for this game, like historically, is a lot of people don't show off an 80% run of this game, and most of the time it is because such a run is usually not marathon safe and or not as interesting as like doing like something a little bit longer. But this run, I think that I made for this particular run deals with the issues, particularly with the final boss of the game, and it makes it a much more consistent run and a lot better of a watch. And somehow on like my second like completed run, I got under 4 hours with this route that I made, which is kind of a thing. So this is the first like battle that, and it's possible to try to not deal with anything there, with to avoid them like attacking you. But I think it's a little bit too hard. At least on this version of the game. Also for this version of the game, that fight that I just ran away from, which you can use the L and R buttons to run away from a fight. You can't skip it, but on other versions of the game, you can, like using like some very precise movement. So as far as I know. Here I'm gonna detour to this item for a strength capsule. There are capsules that boost your stats by 1 point, like a permanent stat boost, and it's strength, magic, and speed. So we regarding the story, like we go through the portal to chase after Harley, who we just met, and realize that this is 400 years in the past if you talk to people. A subtle like optimization thing that I did while in this cutscene. You actually have to move a little bit to start the second cutscene, but I was mashing the touchscreen like on the top, so I actually move using the touchscreen mashing. So it just allows me to like continue mashing through this entire thing, and it's nice. But we find her, but she ends up disappearing. So we're gonna have to figure out. Oh, I hit the X button on accident. We're gonna have to see what's up. And turns out Luca has managed to catch up to us. And he's gonna give a very simplified lesson about like ancestry, and that girl we met, Marley, is actually the princess of Guardia Castle in our era. She's Princess Nadia, and her ancestor, Queen Lene in this is in danger and was missing at this time, and so effectively what happens is that they called out the search because they found Marley in the canyon, and so we have to go find where the actual queen is. I'm going to do my first menu and equip Power Glove on Chrono to boost his strength more, and as well as that strength capsule, and then give the headband that was on Chrono to Luca, because Luca starts as a really slow character. She's really good especially once you can like boost her speed. But having like at least 1 point of speed on her is really nice So there I'm doing like some extra fights to learn both the ability Cyclone here. We've got attacks for our characters, and after learning specific attacks and winning fights with party members, you learn combo attacks such as double and triple attacks. And I just learned the double tech fire whirl and with Luca's flamethrower there, which is necessary to get through, which is a lot faster to get through this like next story fight that I'm going to come across here. Had to wait just a hair to actually do this. So these enemies take a lot of damage from this fire whirl, and so it's just a straight one shot. And importantly, I can use the flamethrower attack from Luca to finish the fight. From the second one, that was a pretty good fight, I'd say. We let our guard down, got ambushed by another one, and got saved by someone else. A frog fellow. Luca's not really happy about that, but we kind of need to just combine forces and find the queen. And so the organ opens a secret passage to further in this cathedral that we went into. Over here is a second strength capsule. Throughout the course of this run, I'm going to pick up a total of 7. That there is a steel saber, which is a new weapon for Chrono that is gonna really boost damage. So I'm gonna do some additional grind fights. Just to learn some more get some more experience, get some more tech points, and acquire these Athenian waters, which are it's a revive item. So it's literally called revive on the Super Nintendo version of the game, so the SNES version. But yeah, there's another required fight in here before we get to the upcoming boss. So yeah, the one thing about this version of the game is that they put a new translation in. There was a new translation done. There are definitely like mixed opinions about it. I definitely like a bunch of aspects about it more than the other translation personally, than the SNES translation. But I'm definitely certain that other people would disagree about that. We were in the second double tech known as X Strike, and I'll be using that to handle this upcoming boss a lot more safely. Throughout the course of this run, there's a bunch of like all the random there's no like true like random encounters in this game. Like everything's just there, and so we don't have to like go out of the way for it. This is like one of the boss fights where I typically am not going to do like a safety save for or anything. This fight's generally not going to be a problem. So this boss counters your attacks if you're, but unless if either the Yakra here is too close to one of your party members attacking, or you don't have all three party members alive, the counterattack will not occur. So I'm gonna do a safer strategy where I'm not going to have anyone get knocked out. Guy really is exclusively attacking Luca though. But... So usually that last hit from Luca is necessary, but it can be possible that I don't have to have that hit from Luca to end the fight, but I have yet to encounter it myself. And that chest is a mid-ether. I need to grab 2 before a certain point in the run. And I think there's only like 2 available that are like relatively quick to get at the like early enough for like what I want to do with this run at least. So save the queen, and because we did that, so Marley's back, and we will just a second, then and then we'll be on our way. So I avoided Frog there because running into him triggers an additional cutscene, and it just wastes time. But he ends up getting really upset that he failed to save the queen, and then he just leaves the castle after that. So find out that Luca made a Kiza that keeps these gates open, and that these are time portals that go between different eras. And they were wondering what exactly is the reason these gates came to be, but not something they're gonna understand just yet. So this is probably just a question for later. And Luca has to take Marley here home, and what could possibly go wrong with taking her home? I'm gonna detour here for another strength capsule. I won't use this one immediately due to just some silly reasons I'll explain later. But what ends up happening, first off, is this cutscene here is actually due to the text. The Chancellor's facing the wrong direction right now. Just because I've been mashing that text so fast, he doesn't turn around. But there was a criminal. The Chancellor of 400 years ago wanted to put in a criminal justice system in response to Yakra and everything, and so that ended up happening, and we got accused of kidnapping the princess of this era. So the first thing, like, this is entirely dependent on your verdict. Is dependent on what happens in the fair. I'm gonna set. I selected that bottom option because I'm normally supposed to try to talk to Marley before I pick the pendant up, and I just didn't remember if I did it. So doing the bottom option generally is okay if that happens, but ideally, the best thing that could happen is due to the tax boxes, they go to everybody goes to the right, but it's relatively minor. So like the movement of the jurors is what it matters a little bit more than like the actual text in this. At least for this version of the game. On the SNES version, you'd want to get guilty no matter what, but on this, the tax isn't worth it compared to like the amount of time the jurors spend moving to their positions after they announce guilty or not guilty, because they walk to the right of the podium of the trial when they're talking to the judge. Regardless of what happens, Chancellor's gonna try to execute us anyway, and somehow, for whatever reason, he doesn't disarm Chrono at all, and so you can definitely just bust on out if you just annoy the guards enough. The other option is waiting a significant amount of time, and then Luca will just bust you out at like the last moment. And I'm going to be using Cyclone here due to a very specific like damage thing. Like it's I grabbed that extra screen capsule. I'm gonna put it on Chrono anyway, but it's another menu to do that, and also it doesn't guarantee that I one-shot these royal guards here with a normal attack. So it's not worth it to use it just now. I plan on putting it on Chrono a little bit. So here we want to do some stealth just to avoid any. Oh, I was a little bit too close there. That's fine. Also, the purple is nice because I don't have enough MP to really deal with this. And like every fight in here, you literally can't run away from any fight. So those shield guys that I was like walking through like the middle, you really want to make sure you do that because if you hit them and get into the encounter with them, it's just a huge time loss because you'd have to win the fight. So drop to that time. Those are like some bonus safety mid potions if I top into the unconscious warden. And so I do a safety save there because this is the first fight that can like that's actually threatening. It can go wrong if I make a mistake. It can get really dangerous after that point. But usually it should be fine. Okay. So I wanted to do 4 attacks with Chrono and 3 with Luca before using Cyclone on the head because you want to take out the head before you take out any other enemies here. Ooh, okay. Survived on 1 HP. I was thinking I'd survive, but I wasn't entirely sure. But there we go. There's the fight. That looks spookier than it is. With the revives, if Chrono gets knocked out, I can just revive him before ending the fight. This just has a bone shelter. I just did a movement to skip like a bit of dialogue, and more guards should be chasing after me right now, but because I skipped that dialogue, the guards there didn't chase after me. And so Marley chose what she did when you entered the Guardia Castle in the past, and this time it doesn't work because the king and chancellor are like no, and Marley says, "I'm out. This stinks. I really don't want to be here anymore." So fortunately, I get cornered, but thankfully there is another gate here in the forest. So doing this, we get a very iconic face from the Chancellor here. So the era that we show up in looks very advanced. Um, and we're going to a place called Site 16, which is a difficult place for movement. There are a lot of tricky fight skips here. All right, I got all of them. So yeah, the movement there is a lot trickier than it looks. And I skipped like several fights that were on the way, and I used the rats that steal like potions to help considerably with that. Gonna shelter here. Good. Equip some equipment that I got from the place, and I'm gonna do another safety save because this is another threatening boss. It's gonna become very apparent that I'm gonna be underleveled, like considerably underleveled, and especially starting now with this boss. So this boss is the Guardian. There are two pods. You don't want to attack the Guardian like head on because you get a nasty counterattack. Oh my gosh. What is that look? Oh my goodness. I have never seen that before. Holy. 2 crits from Chrono into the... I don't... So this is a countdown phase. And we want to dish out as much damage as possible, so I'm holding the X button to do attacks. But I wanted to be a little careful there because it hits 0 and these enemies are gonna revive. I can do it again! They're letting me do this. Okay, alright. I don't know what to say about this fight. This has been... This has been marathon luck. The fight. So hopefully, like, I should be able to do this in 2 cycles. Okay, there we go. I didn't get that many critical hits on the body, but the knocking the like minions, which are called pods in this version of the game, I just got them out of commission like super quickly, which is very uncommon. And they kept being lined up so I could hit them both with Luca's flamethrower attack. Here we see that the refrigeration of this dome failed and wanted to investigate like further in the dome. But we gotta talk to the guy, like to the person there who had a note about this rat actually knowing the secret of the dome. Oh gosh, I got stuck. I gotta try that again. As long as I have good movement through this room, I should be able to catch the rat, but I messed that up right there. The movement in this is definitely a little bit... Dude, I did the same exact thing. I'm just being too antsy. Okay. There we go. And I talked to the rat twice. Sometimes I just mess that up, but it's generally not something I'm really like inconsistent at doing. I've just was being very antsy with my movement. There's the PC version of this game, and I believe that they made it easier to catch the rat on that version of the game. Well, knowing the secret, our party finds the supercomputer, so we wanted to know if there's a way home, and so we find that there's a different dome that has a way back. Also, I'll examine this random button, and we're gonna find out what's happened to the world in the future. That this being called Lavos rose in the year 1999 and laid destruction to the entire world. While this is going on, I could talk a little bit more about like any percent routes. Once you get to the end of time, like to a certain point in the game called the end of time, you have access to fighting the final boss. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy to do so. As a matter of fact, it's definitely can be very difficult, especially without good equipment. But this one's gonna forgo a lot of like grinding like compared to like a prototypical route, any percent style route that doesn't like have many glitches. And this version of the game has a lot of glitches patched compared to the SNES version of the game. And one of those glitches that is patched is being able to use an elixir with the green dream accessory. And you could use it on enemy targets, and that allows for an overflow with HP, and because there's a maximum limit on HP. The HP overflow actually still exists in this game, but due to the elixir thing, you can't abuse it as much as one would probably expect. So we gotta do things. I'm essentially doing things somewhat old-fashioned in this run. We're beating the game. Here for the race, I'm gonna do a safe way to win it, where I bump into him like 2 to 3 times, and then I boost near the end to get ahead before the very end of it. Oh gosh, I haven't failed that in so long. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's unfortunate for me. It's better to if that does happen, then I just walk through the area and don't do it again. I did that in my first run. It's surprisingly easy to fail that, and it's the first time I failed it with like the setup I did. So I'm probably gonna have to just do more practice to make sure I don't have that happen. It's just like you get sent back to the other side of the area, so you still have to get to the right side. It's just not worth it to do it again. This fight is required. I can't run away from it or anything. Oh my goodness. That's really bad. Well, I'm gonna be like slightly over leveled for a bit. Because I don't. Yeah, I don't think I've done that before. So you're supposed to just walk past. Like I don't think it's gonna be like that big of an issue that I messed that one up. But it's gonna be somewhat awkward. It's just kind of a something I really shouldn't be doing, but somehow I have just been struggling with things right now. But despite that, Lucas prepared this robot here, and get to ask it this robot his name, and we just name him Robo. This will be our next character. We find out that the door going in is sealed shut. So Robo who's going to suggest that we go to the factory. I'm going to have Marley stay behind. Which normally, if I didn't hit that encounter, affects the experience route quite a bit. See, like Robo's at level 10, like, and I equipped the Berserker ring that I picked up earlier on him, so he does more damage. Okay, that was good. Those acid enemies have 255 defense, which is the maximum defense you can have in the game. So they take like no damage right now to like physical attacks, and it's entirely dependent on like on like the actual like luck that you can get from the game on how much damage you're doing. So these enemies can be really frustrating at times. The green ones have less defense comparatively, like a little bit less, so you do slightly more damage, but it's there's still a lot to do with like damage rolls. In regards to damage rolls, a lot of like I've done a considerable amount of routing work for this, for like understanding like working with how the things go, and okay, I can just do that then. And so I try to avoid doing damage rolls whenever possible, like having to rely on damage rolls when possible. So this fight, the number of these enemies that you can get, like the type, is set based on when you enter this area. And there is such a thing as manipulating the RNG for, and especially it is especially prominent with the SNES version of the game. As far as from what I've heard, it's possible to manipulate the RNG in this version of the game, but the game actually saves the RNG that you have when you save the game for whatever reason, and so trying to like hold some sort of RNG manipulation is very difficult as a result. So I haven't like tried working with it with much or anything. So I'd have to like really do some digging around. Someone has done a bit of work on it, but hasn't continued said work in the Chrono Trigger speedrun community. That said, we turned something on and then we activated an alarm. Just gonna heal Chrono and Lucas HP to full and set the battle speed to 3. Because we've got our next boss coming up here. So Obo recognizes Robo's as friends, but they say he's defective, and they end up attacking him, but we can't like intervene because Robo won't let us if we were to try. So we can move around and try to like intervene or anything, but the best thing to try to do is move to try to have Chrono in the position where he moves to before the start of the fight, and I managed to move like slightly away while he's mashing there. It's a small like save the frames kind of thing. In this fight, I need to do 4 cyclones for like each section to end the fight. And I'm gonna attack the bottom, the second like column of them twice before doing it on the first to avoid any counterattacks that could happen. And that's the fight. It's very straightforward, but if you try to do this like at a faster battle speed, it can be very difficult to do properly. And so generally I don't try to do that myself. There are differences in like the actual battle speed itself, and I only realized somewhat recently that the like battle speed 1 on this version of the game moves considerably faster than the SNES version of the game. That over the course of like some long fights, it's a large time difference between the completion of the fight. It can make some strats more difficult. So I think it's important to acknowledge that. So here, now that we powered the dome and we went in with Robo, we got sent to the end of time. And end of the time is like an in-game lore for the party size limit. I'm gonna elect to not take Robo with me because for the next boss I need to have magic, and these Chrono, Marley, and Luca all need to learn magic at this point. So this is Specchio. If you are under level 10, Specchio has this form of being a small frog. The fight itself with Specchio is very easy with this form. But it's not worth fighting Specchio at all. Like you do get magic capsules for defeating Specchio each like you for like each of the forms, and then like even more for like the like strongest two forms. So there, I picked up a speed and a magic capsule in that house. That's the first like real big useful place for like capsules and everything. I'm gonna buy this weapon called the Crimson Blade, equip it, equip the titanium vest I picked up, equip the plasma gun, and then I'm gonna sell those two mid aethers I picked up, and then I'm gonna sell this, this, and this, and then I'm gonna buy stock up on some healing items. Now I have a lot of mid potions to work with, and I also have Panacea, which are just like, they just heal status ailments, so if you get like confused or anything. I don't have like additional stuff with it, so like bonus like revives or anything. I'll buy those revives later. You just can't buy them there. So a little bit of tech with running away from fights is that you can go into the tech menu with ATB wait, and then just hold it there while holding on LNR. It's going to charge it, and then you can just run away. I believe that works on every version. This fight, you can kind of just hold it, and they don't attack at all. So. All these fights are runnable. After this, fight is like the first like one that first like movement to skip an encounter that I think is like definitely a lot more difficult. And yeah, I they're supposed to like do like some walking to get past it. I don't know if it's just more difficult on this version of the game, but I definitely have a lot of trouble with it. It's also a slow fight to try to run away from because the bats are fast. Let's through all those encounters. I'm gonna do a save here. This is use a potion as well. This is another fight that is actually a threat. So usually it's gonna be fine, but it can definitely be somewhat trolling. So if you looked at what I did with the menu, I just like scroll right down to the to the double attacks on Marley's menu. Hitting right or left on the D-pad will go right to the type of attack. You can just scroll to each type attack that you have available. So you can, if you have a triple tech, you can just hit right twice to go straight to the double tech, rather to the triple tech on someone. It's really nice. So this part of the fight is a little bit more straightforward, but this fight gets more threatening once I hit it. Once I hit like an HP threshold, which will be after this, because once this boss Heckran here is below half health, he'll do more dangerous attacks. And he's very fast. So this attack, this spell right here of lightning is gonna push him to half health. Ideally, okay, I'm gonna have to heal because the anti-poke bomb is my main damage source for the fight. I'm going to switch to using a couple wind slashes to finish this out. And this A-Pogue bomb should end the fight. There we go. So, Ekron here has this blade thing about Magus bringing Lavos into the world, and so our party ends up thinking that this Magus in the Middle Ages was responsible for Lavos coming into being. So the next course of this is we're going to try to see how we can handle that. Here I'm doing an optional thing where I go wait for Tapin, which was Luca's father, to show up in that room, and then he'll just be around the house, and then around Luca's house, and then you can get the Tapin's vest at this point. The Tapin's vest boosts Luca's speed by 2 and halves fire elemental damage, which is going to be very helpful for like a lot of this run going forward for a considerable amount of time, a lot longer than one would expect. Her having more speed is very, very much something that is important to work with. I won't be boosting her speed with any speed capsules though, because unfortunately I do need the speed capsules for other things. So that's also important for this run. So at this point, we want to go to the bridge. The bridge is repaired, and then there's a blockade, and the Guardia Castle's commander said that there's not enough food rations, and so we had to talk to him, and we're going to the castle to sort out the food situation for the troops, because otherwise we can't proceed further in the game. There's like a small bit of tech here I thought wasn't important, but I think it's still good, where you can like just cut the dialogue boxes out, which is a little bit faster than just mashing through them. And you'll just want the dialogue to advance far enough away. Like if you just walk away from NPCs, the dialogue boxes will just cancel, and so that's really nice. It's a really like fun thing. I think Captain also in like the sequel, or I think it's Captain Chrono as well, where you can just walk away from NPCs while they're talking to you. And use a shelter. Put the speed capsule in Chrono. It just ends up being nice to boost Chrono's speed by 1 point in this run. And I'm also gonna do another safety save. So, it ends up being a battle that breaks out with the troops and Ice forces, and we meet Ozzy, who's first in command of the fiends in this version of the game. We call it Mystics on this NES. And you can like defeat the skeleton enemies and whatnot, but you can just attack Ozzy 3 times and it's going to end the fight. And so the same thing's going to happen here. So I'm going to swap Robo and for Marley here, and okay, I need to equip the Tavern's Vest. And also I'm going to set the battle speed back to 1 at this point. Up next, we have our next boss here as Zombor. Robo is still Berserk, and the best thing that can happen is that Robo cooperates with and does what I hope he's able to do, and that's not cooperating just yet. I want him to attack the head first. Okay, that's an attack on the head. I'm gonna peel prone just to be safe. Oh, okay. All right. Well, the head went down because Robo was able to start cooperating a bit. The legs are vulnerable to fire and lightning, while the head is vulnerable to shadow and ice. And there we go. That's the fight. Gonna save once again. Just this is in case I mess up my movement here. Save. I'll pick up that chest. That chest is really important to like it's just an upgraded weapon for Robo. And so picking up just is really nice for the run. It's kind of difficult, but like even with Robo's base speed is also 6, like as is Luca's. It's kind of difficult to get Luca to get her turn before Robo can act with the Berserker ring. That chest has a mid ether. I need to collect a few mid ethers for throughout the course of this run, and that one's just like on the way. The movement that I've been doing is to skip a lot of encounters. That room that I was just in has locks you into 4 fights back to back that you can't run away from if you don't do the movement like I did. But once you get out of the room, the fights are gone, so you can just walk to the left. Okay. This guy has a magic capsule if you know him enough. Attacks is too fast to like make the numbers are nice joke though up people doing first tests. With the Archan Guardian Bangle, and then I'm going to shelter, and then I'm gonna save again because got another boss that can be somewhat threatening. And over here is another speed capsule. I wait for that enemy to attack again because it can knock you back down, which triggers an unrunnable encounter, which I'd have to. Unfortunately, I'd have to straight up just soft reset and try again. That's. So these two kids are guarding the sword here, which is an awesome moon. They're actually the spirits of it, and we got a 2-stage boss fight here that we're going to fight. But the first stage of the fight, you want to put them to sleep. And I'm going to be using the double tech fire punch for a lot of the damage for this boss. So, Jetsu's us, and now they're gonna do. This is like essentially like the similar to the fusion dance for Dragon Ball, and this is same artist. This is a lot of the work in this game is Akira Toriyama's work. Um, so this is the real fight, and this I do have to be careful with who he attacks and how much damage he does. Line. Okay. I should be at like nearing a point where I'll hit the next phase of the fight. And he'll start doing double. Yeah, so that's the sign that he switched phases. So I'm gonna heal Chrono before just so I make sure nobody can get one hit KO from his attacks. At this point, I'm not gonna let to heal because I should be about the point of getting a KO. Oh, okay, there we go. Not. I guess the heal wasn't necessary there then. All right, and so with all that, now they're gonna grant access to the. They're gonna say that we can pick up the sword now, but they'll ask if they'll be fixed. And so the sword ends up being broken, and what we've uncovered is the hilt, or rather the actual like blade of the sword. So the other part of the sword is still missing. So we have to go find it. So down in this village, here is a market, and there's a strength capsule on the floor that I wanted to pick up. And I'm also able to buy the Athenian waters. And more so, this kid that we ran into at the start was being mistaken for the hero, and because he had the hero's badge and just gave it to us. And so tried to go up the mountain, but got scared and left after seeing us. And so we go into this wasn't here. Look, it's Frog from earlier in the and talk to him, show him the hero's badge. He's gonna move away from this chest, this little chest here, and that that chest has the actual hilt of the sword. And so now that we have the hilt, we figure out that it was Melchior, who was the guy who I talked to. Oh, that is new. I knew. The guy who I shopped from earlier, like, it is Melchior, and so we have to go see him to try to reforge the sword. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's been saying good luck. Yeah, this other than like a bit of the early game, I think this showcase has been good so far. Nothing like it's nothing like egregiously wrong, just like stuff, just like some mistakes that I made that I'm like probably just being a little bit too antsy with everything. At least at the time. So here we talk to Melchior. We get a brief allusion to something later about why the sword's there with the track. But he says that you need Dreamstone to forge it, and it doesn't exist anymore. It used to exist a very, very, very long time ago. But thankfully, since we can time travel, and there's oh my gosh, I don't know how I hit the button. That was a big time. Let's go back in and actually go where I want to go. I think I've done that. Okay, so thankfully there's another portal to the 65 million BC, which is the prehistoric era. But we fall down and get ambushed by these enemies here. It's called reptiles. So they're these. This attack literally just one shots these guys. So having Robo here is really nice in that regard. But we end up getting outnumbered, even though that attack would just one shot everyone. But someone just came to help us. So I think it's kind of just a nod that of being outnumbered to the total number of enemies that can be in a fight at once in the game. The total number is 6, and so having 8 there is just them considering it being outnumbered. And so me, Ayla here, and she's here. She respects how strong we are, and it's good about this. about Robo being here. It's a little bit faster if you could defeat these reptiles without Robo. So right at this point, but it's not really consistent because they can move somewhat randomly. I took that, like, walking past that like, somewhat slowly. You can take it a little bit faster, but if you just run into them, you get like an extra encounter with just those guys that they show up for the encounter below, and so it's just a waste of time if that happens. The chest right there was another berserker ring. So what Ale wants to do, this is her, she's the chief of this village, and is throw a party for beating us. And this party is the speed of it is dependent on who's in your party and what slots they're in. And having Robo in the second slot of the party, it's Luca. It's the third is the fastest. So we'll get to a mini game where we're supposed to mash to like a drinking contest. It's supposed to be alcohol, but in the SNES version, it's censored to be soup because it's early '90s. It's like mid '90s RPG on SNES, so translation censored that these are alcohol. Like, there's alcohol here. So after the contest, end up sleep after the party, and we end up realizing the gate key's stolen, so the group's in a bit of hot water, and so we have to ask Ayla for help. So I'm taking Robo as well as Ayla for this part of the run, and head over to this place called the Forest Maze. Realize that Kino, who is actually Ayla's boyfriend, actually stole the gate key from us, and then she's upset that he took it, and also he ended up getting it stolen from him by the reptiles, who are the enemies of the people of this area. And so there's more of this movement just to get through this area without hitting any like encounters. There are just some spaces in that area that have a lot of that will just trigger an encounter with like some enemies, and it's just to be fast. You don't want to have to deal with anything like that. Because I Rose gave Chrono that speak capsule. Chrono and Ayla are actually at a speed type. Ayla comes at a lot higher of a level. Like the level everybody comes in is like fixed. Ayla is at level 18, while Chrono here is level 12. We take advantage of the fact that this is hinted that using lightning spells will lower defense of any like dinosaur enemies. So we use that there to get past that fight. Oh gosh. Oh. Okay. Thankfully, you can run away from the fight scene. Oh, but yeah, it's not much more to say about all that, but we got another boss coming up. Um, gonna do this. Also, I'm doing this in the wrong order. Uh, I need to put that pad vest on Ayla because I want to take Ayla's equipment and put it on Chrono. And then I'm going to reserve both Ayla and Robo for this upcoming fight. I boosted yeah, I boosted Ayla's strength by 2 with the 2 strength capsules. Let me just double check. Bag. Um, okay, so I want my characters to get as many attacks in as possible. If and they're just doing damage while being berserked, and if Nisbel attacks, like it's basically very straightforward from this point. Alright, and then I'm gonna have Robo take it, one for the team, and get knocked out here. Okay. I had to really focus on that. Like, but after the fight, Ayla leaves the party temporarily. Want to take the Berserker ring off Robo? And then with that, the contest was for the Dreamstone. Now that we got the gate key back, we can go back to see Melchior. I've been okay. It's fine if I don't heal because soon I'm gonna get a free heal. And so we basically have like an interactive cutscene at this point where they're gonna prepare the Masamune, and I'm just gonna be mashing through text for a bit, and then there are points where I'm gonna just walk into Melchior to speed up things along. So it saves a bit of time to do that, and also or to make sure I'm advancing the dialogue when I can, not talking to them, because you can actually still talk to them while they're doing that, and it wastes time if that happens. Now that that's over, I can go and take the Masamune to Frog. So um most of the stuff I'm doing is pretty standard, except for what I did. At least I think I did. Wow, that's a second new. Okay. A lot of times, I know people who have like really strong opinions about that news showing up. Um, but it depends on like who it is. Um, the like up to like a certain point in this run is like very much just standard sort of play. With the exception of the stat boosting I given to Ayla at this point. That's where I'm investing stats on like those capsules on Ayla because she's gonna be in the final party that'll use to finish the game. And it just so happens that like giving her uh, stuff early actually does have some benefit. It makes the boss fight I did just now, Nisbo, a lot safer. Here though, this is a lot of lore drop with Frog's past and what had transpired for him to get cursed into a frog since he was once human. He then got him and his friend Cyrus confronted Magus in the past, and his friend gets killed, and then he gets turned into a frog uh, as a curse for the afterward. Well, one of like the differences in translation between the cutscenes is I don't think it's as clear why he's turned into a frog on the original version of the game. Because Ozzy says literally says right in that flashback, it's like a scared little frog in a pond. I opt for Robo to get to be in the party again, and we're gonna have like a few more like flashbacks, and then we'll proceed onward. But like, if you were to do like any most of like Chrono Trigger runs, like um, you're more than guaranteed to always do like up to this part of the game, and then a little bit more before like things start to deviate onward. Um, a lot of, like I think the things that like brings a lot of people to this game is that there's just a lot of things done right, and it is a game that I can say for with certainty that has completely aged well compared to like other titles that in like of like older video games. So it's definitely something I didn't get tired of. Here, um, Miles reflected a bit more on his past and ready to confront things, and he's uh, breaks up, open the door with the Masamune. Um, I I could definitely say that Frog's my favorite character. It's just in this run, after this point where we're required to use him, we're not going to use him after. Uh, and part of the reason is to use him after a point, you have to get him to have access to magic, and it's definitely an awkward position to try to do so. I'm gonna do a safety save here. And it takes a bit of work for frogs to actually have like become like really powerful as a character that you can use. So in the case of like an any percent speed run, it's just not really gonna be worthwhile to use him. So it becomes eerily quiet here while we're walking through this area at the beginning, and then it's gonna start doing a little bit better. then we're gonna get a track after just a short bit. So get surrounded and see we meet Ozzy here. Robo as the use of that laser spin attack again, just it's the entire field, but it doesn't kill these like purple underling enemies because those enemies actually take reduced damage from it. Laser spin is a shadow elemental attack. And those enemies are resistant to shadow elemental damage. I do this fight. This is an optional fight, but it's guarding a chest that contains a very useful item in the like. Pretty soon that item will be very useful. That's a barrier sphere. It puts the barrier status on one character in the party, and the barrier status will wear off after a set amount of time. So at this point, I did Berserk Frog. Due to the strength of the Masamune, it's definitely like the Berserk status. I haven't explained like how it affects damage. It boosts damage by 1.5, and it makes Frog a lot more tanky for the fights coming up. So because we got 2 boss fights, and this first one is Flea. I'm gonna try to do nothing and hope things go well. Please moving around. Oh, it's on the wrong item. Okay. So for whatever reason, there's a little bit of a quirk with the Flea's AI and Frog being at 11 speed. But Flea can like get stun locked and not attack. But without like a RNG manip, it's generally not going to like be sustained. But let's see how it goes. But in this counter that happens, it only can occur if all 3 party members are alive. So I do potentially sacrifice Robo here. Okay. Oh, okay. was the fight. Dropped as a magic capsule, which is going to be helpful going forward. If you run into those like NPCs, they're actually monsters. In case it wasn't clear about Lucas is standing right there, and you'll enter a fight, which of course you don't want when you're speedrunning. So heal everybody. Because got another boss fight after this. This is Slash. This is a 2-stage fight. This first stage of the fight has like third amount of HP, like and then the flip like 3,000 or so, and the second stage has 5,200. This fight, I am really hoping for frog crits, if possible. It's one, but not that many for the first stage of the fight. This stage, the second stage of the fight, I do need to be more careful. Now that he has his sword, he can do the same attacks that Chrono can do. And therefore a lot more dangerous. Just heal over now, just to be safe about it. Hi there. Still not. Still not in the last phase, but okay, there we go. I was kind of expecting to be in the last phase at this point, but it's not. Do this. Okay, there we go. That was not the best fight. Okay, I was totally expecting to be in the last phase. Like when he's like below, like near like 600 HP or so, you enter the last stage of that fight. I just want to take it safe. I forgot to do one thing. Gotta switch Luca in. Yeah, this is good. And boost their magic by 2. Right. So we've got a gauntlet of enemies to deal with, but we can run away from most of them except for like there's a select number of fights you can't run away from. We also have this fight, which is an optional one that I'm going to take for experience and checkpoints. Okay, that was good. That blue guy girl on the right can actually like try to do some jukes where it tries to like move to the right and left, and then the flamethrower from Luca can miss it when I attack the other enemy behind it. Oh. Ozzy flees once we talk to him there. Right. Do this from right, there's a bunch of scenes here, but if I do this... I made that same mistake last night. I think I'm just being a little bit too hesitant with it. This is the first of a couple areas where I had to walk back there. Just if you get into a fight, it's unrunnable in those outer walls areas. I took that safe because there are a bunch of pitfalls in that room. I'm gonna use Frog here to move this guy out of the way. And there we go. I got past all those. That one's the harder room, and it's really important to get all the fight skips that you can, especially ones that you can't run away from. Yeah, those rolling enemies do in fact only attack it, like you can only get an encounter if you're moving. So that's why I was holding still. So that first fight you can't run away from, but for whatever reason, this second fight, you can, and so I'm going to do so. But this one you also can't run away from it. I'm gonna use Hypno Wave. These enemies have physical and magical barriers that they swap it. You get hit by like physical and magical attack, but if you use Hypno Wave, it counts as a magical ability, and it makes the enemies vulnerable to physical damage. So I've learned Chrono's next attack, which is Cleave. It's called Spinka on the SNES version, but importantly, it granted me access to the Fire Sword double tech, which I need, which is going to be extremely helpful for the upcoming fight. Not this one. This fight's a bit of a silly fight. You just have to hit the 4 levers. And I'll do the try and true, just showing off silly things. You can do that, and it still counts as hitting the lever. Just showing off silly little details about the game. With knocking down all the levers, now we get a save point on the right here. Yes, circuit ring and speed belt. And yeah, I should be good to go. So yeah, this is definitely one of the more difficult fights to run. I'll try talking if I can. This is like a very memorable battle in the game. So we finally are confronting Magus here, and the first stage. There are 2 phases of this boss fight. The first is having an elemental weakness that changes. It's going to be random what it will be, and it's going to be like me reacting to that, and I'm going to use that barrier sphere that I picked up for this fight. All the meanwhile, Frog's going to be berserk, so handling this is definitely not an easy thing to do. Okay. And fire! So I want to see the fire barrier when I can. because now I can use Fire Sword and it's gonna do a lot of damage. So got it a second time. Lightning next. That was a little spooky. I want to be able to do enough damage to push him through the next phase. Shadow is not a barrier that I want to see. Also, water is not a good one either. Oh, there's fire. So, this is gonna push to the next phase, actually. Oh, I barely didn't have enough time to do it. I was hoping I would get the second Fire Sword right before that went off, but that's not going to be the case. So this barrier is going to run out at some point, but it's not going to run out before this goes off. So I was safe there. He's gonna charge up Dark Matter again. I'm gonna play this safe. Just heal Chrono up. Just like be absolutely sure that I get through the fight. I'm gonna revive Luca first, and then revive Frog. It was somewhat tight to try to do that before. But there we go. That's the fight. If I don't think I would have. I potentially could have made it, but I think it would have been super tight considering I didn't get the like bonus damage from the second fire sword that I tried to pull out. If you get that additional fire sword before he goes into the second phase and starts charging up dark matter, he lowers his defense before that shift happens. And the fire sword that I was wanting to try to do would have done 800 damage instead of like 480. So overall, that was a fairly good fight, but the second phase could have been faster. And due to the fact that I had good barriers, like I was definitely aware that the barrier was not going to run out. But that's only a thing on like the highest battle speed. Like it on the lower battle speeds, like it's for whatever reason that barrier will probably just run out before the first dark matter. So it's just you just gotta keep it on the highest battle speed there. And I believe I talked about this with Blaze beforehand, but at this point we were wanting to do a break
Yeah.
right after this wraps up.
Yep. Just
So
let
we
me
can just
know when to pause the timer, and we'll go ahead and take a break and let you have a little stretch break, and we'll take a little break ourselves too.
okay, all right. Let's do it now. So 3, 2, 1, and pause. So
Okay.
should be good to take a break.
Yeah, sounds good. We are gonna go ahead and just throw it to our intermission screen for a few minutes, and then we will come back and finish up the run after that. So sit tight, everybody. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to jump back into the Chrono Trigger run here in just a minute. I just wanted to remind everybody of a couple things that we have going on with the team right now before we jump back into the run. So, first of all, we have announced our official dates for Fall Fest 2025. It will be October 9th through 12th, and we will once again be raising money for Trans Lifeline. Your submissions, if you're a speedrunner or if you want to host or volunteer, we're going to open all of those submissions on August 1st, so mark that date. And we hope you can join us for another Fall Fest. We also unveiled our official merch store with Timberwolf Trading today. And that is now going to be open year round. You can check out an assortment of t shirts, stickers, and our popular Team Fastest Furs hockey jersey on the site. And a portion of each sale goes to the team to help out with our operational costs. To get a link to the store, use the command merch in the chat. And then one more that we are very excited about, Dragon Roast Coffee. If you need some beans, Team Fastest Furs has partnered with Dragon Roast Coffee with a special offer on their gaming-inspired blends and products just for our community. Visit their store right now. You can use the command !coffee in chat and use the promo code FastestFurs, that's all one word, to get 10% off your entire order. And one last thing I just want to mention, you can find us on Blue Sky. Blue Sky is now the exclusive home of Team Fastest Furs on our social media. You can use the command !Blue Sky in chat for a link to the account. You can drop us a follow. We post community updates, event highlights, and more there. So that is it for me. Fox, the floor is yours once again.
All right. So yeah, I paused the game, but the music is still playing. So let's continue on. All right, 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. So what had happened was apparently there was a fire. It was looking for the Laruba village, and the reptiles followed her at this point and found the village and uh, set it aflame. And then after that, they kidnapped a bunch of villagers and kidnapped Kino. So Ayla wants to go rescue them and then take the fight to their doorstep. And we're gonna follow her and help her in that. It's like a little interlude. But So we have to get through the dactyl nest to do so. So I made a little bit of a oopsie there where I was in the item menu, because holding LNR with being in the item menu can be a little bit problematic. But I just fixed it then. This upcoming room has two pixel perfect fight skips. I'm not the best at them, but I'll try to see if I can get them. Oh, there we go, that's the first one. These fights can still be ran away from, but it's of course faster to not do so and just skip them entirely. And there we go, there's a second. So like just barely get on that ladder without hitting that fight, without hitting that second fight. So it was gonna be a mandatory party member once again for this stage, and I'm gonna keep Luca in the party at this point. And there's this red star that just showed up that made a noise there, but that's not showing at all. In the meantime, I'm gonna put this ruby vest head, and I'm gonna give the power scarf back to Ayla as well as go with that Misro, and I'm gonna do equip that berserker ring on Luca. I'm gonna lower the battle speed down to 2. I've just had the game run, so the game time is actually running as well. I'm gonna save the game from here. So here we got the Terreno layer, and this area is there's definitely like an infamous part of this area that I just set up for that has a very good grind spot, and the like early prototypical any percent runs of this game grind in this particular location for over half an hour. I'm not going to do that because the final boss is way too not safe for like a marathon or a showcase. So I will not do that long grind. I will instead continue through like the main story arc of the game up till a specific point, and then I'll go fight the final bosses afterward, because I'll be able to more safely be set up for the final boss fights. And, regarding this place, there are a lot of fight scripts I'm doing now where every fight at this point is an unrunnable encounter. So if I'm not wanting to fight something, I really should not be doing so. And this is the first fight that I'm going to do. Okay, I entered the menu a little bit too early there. That was my mistake. So I want to defeat the enemies in such a way that I don't have to have them get in action. And this fight is a bit longer than another one that people also do. Have to go that way to open the door. Let's do this fight again. So, okay, so that's how this fight should go, is that Ayla has her attack queued to kill that other Vulcanite enemy, which is called a volcano on the SNES version of the game. This fight gives 22 tech points and a bit more experience than this fight, which is like the regular fight that people use. And it just ends up being the case that doing it this way just ends up working out better, at least for my likings. So the guy we just saw in there is the reason why I'm doing these fights, because due to the way his AI script works, it's best for Ayla here, who doesn't have any, who only had her first tech learned at this point, to get to her third tech, which is cat attack, and it's just faster to get it for this upcoming fight. A part of like why Luca's preserved is to make sure that, especially like when Chrono's lower level, that I'm guaranteed to kill these enemies. So there, Ayla, we're gonna attack him. We're ready to go on. I'm gonna put the speed belt back on Luca. And I'm going to have to do another save. As we learned this double tech of Thunder Chop, which does a lot of damage. Okay. But after doing 3 of these, this boss is gonna retaliate. Attack to the girl, who I didn't want him to attack, but I can manage. So I'm gonna continue using this attack, but I'm going to do a small bit of healing. Okay, well, never mind. I don't have to heal if you attack with it then. I'm gonna go for Fire Sword. And so, because darn, I was hoping I'd skip that attack, but and I'm gonna go for one more Thunder Chomp, and this should kill. Yep. So yeah, due to the boosted strength I put on Ayla, that's a guaranteed KO. After all of that. I did a few more fight skips right there. Okay, I don't need to do any of that, and I'm gonna switch the battle speed back to 1. And right there, I did another like fairly precise skip where you get past like up to it's a bit larger of a pixel window, but it gets past a trigger that gets you 2 encounters back to back that you can't run away from. And so here's the big boss. So confront Zala, who we saw earlier. I forgot to mention that she was there earlier and sent Nisbo after us with the gate key, but here she's got a flat Tyranno that she's gonna try to use to defeat the humans of this era. But this fight can be pretty tricky, but Zala can be put to sleep or to or other statuses. And so she's gonna be asleep for the rest of the fight. So I have to focus right here. Little early, but should be good. I'm gonna be using a combination of attacks to make this fight go to my liking. Because this boss is gonna start a countdown here. Okay. So I'm trying to like really maximize my DPS for the fight. Right, that should be fine. And so I'm gonna throw a flame kick right at the end of this. And that's right before I hit 0. So it's a little tight to try to do that. Okay. So at this point, like, it's not worth trying to defeat Azala, and that's unlucky. Ayla getting hit twice just flat out knocks her out. And I'm just waiting for Flat Chrono here to become vulnerable again. It just he resets his script after a point. And then it's gonna go countdown phase again. I'm buffering ATB right there. Oh gosh, I made a mistake. It probably will be okay. We'll see if this will work out, but it's to make the turns not awkward to work through. Okay, should be workable. Depending on who, like, this chomp attack does from the left Tyranno, it can. I might be able to sneak out a kill, but before. But I guess I wasn't able to sneak out the kill before it hit the 2 counter, but we'll see if this kills or not. Okay, alright, that's it. So, yeah, I spent, honestly, like, quite a bit of, like, this past week of just, like, working through that fight to see what other strategies could work. So that was a pretty good fight, all things considered. It's just that Ayla got knocked out 1 additional time, which is slow, but that's just a little bit random. And we learned that star is actually Lavos here, and Lavos came to this world of the world of this game in the prehistoric era, and now that Azal is defeated, she knows that because she has like telepathic powers. She knows that it's gonna defeat, like, the reptiles are gonna go extinct, and also that there's gonna be an ice age. So like they're like related, and like and the ice age lasts a long time. So all the ideas that curve with this game is like parallel to like a lot of stuff people learned about like science classes and stuff. So with that, we're going to um, go to the ruins that of the Tyranno lair after getting to safety, and we end up finding another gate here. And fortunately, a lot of us got underground like too fast for us to deal with, so we just decided to take the gate and see where it goes. So line up in a new area, a new era, and this is definitely a lot of people's favorite era. Um, so this is the era of the Magic Kingdom, and right now the all I'm looking to do here is advance the plot before um like going further. There's gonna be some stuff that I will be doing in these other locations in the Magic Kingdom. I'm just not going to do them just yet. At the top here is the Zeal Palace, and um, we just explore around them. We find woman Shala and this kid talking, which is your brother Yanis, and they feel just a foreboding presence right now. But and Shala gives Yanis an amulet. We follow her. Yep, and she has a pendant that looks strikingly similar to ours, and uses it to open that sealed door. So you can learn by talking to people around here that you can power up. The pendant uses the power of this, which is a mammon machine, to open these doors. However, a little tidbit about this game is that once you do that and power up that mammon machine, you actually get locked out of from leaving. You cannot leave the Zeal Palace once you do that, and so you have to go in here. So we find the queen, and then this prophet says that these are that we are the people he warned her about, and so we get attacked. And this golem is a boss that it is one that I could defeat, but it's slower to defeat it, and due to the what I previously described, like regardless of whether or not you win or lose, um, the plot's going to advance. And Jala and Yanis come to our rescue. But what ends up happening is that this prophet, uh, called the prophet right now, finds out, and then due to them just following it, saying no, to them just being killed, they just the prophet just lets us go, but on the condition that we don't return and show us how we got here. And then he has Shala seal the gate. So we're gonna have to find a way back into this era, unfortunately. And some our parties somehow alludes to a place that we haven't been to, but we were expected to like find and go to. They expect you to like really explore around and find things. And there's a stone in the future that they want us to go to, and it just very much hints this is where you should be going next. So, gotta head back to the end of time. Importantly, the pendant being powered up allows us access to like a lot of like goodies. There are sealed chests around that give you like good items that I now have access to. We're going to first detour back to Medina Village. I'll just eat it. Like I meant to eat that earlier. I just somehow forgot to do so. But this area called the Forest Ruins is really where we wanted to detour. We get a choice between an offensive or defensive piece of equipment, and most like speedruns with like without the use of like heavy glitches or anything are not. There's never going to be a point where, at least in my opinion, where you don't get this swallow here. Unless there's like very specific circumstances. There is in fact an 80% run that forgoes powering up the pendant on the SNES version, like a glitchless 80% run. I need to go to further down. Doing that in this version of the game is very much something that I think might be a little bit too difficult to do, because you would have to do the long grind that I mentioned before, and then the final bosses would be harder than what they were like before, like compared before. I think like the final boss fights would just flat out be more difficult. So it's like doing it like reasonably fast without like some sort of RNG manipulation, I think is just not really feasible on this version of the game, or like at all. So backtracking through this area, and I got one more detour. This is a very standard detour for like in any percentile run where you detour here to Airstone. There's a sealed door in the back of this dome. It has one very important item that will be useful for the final bosses. And I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I can do it right now. Got a goose. Hello, everyone. So in these 4 chests, there's an elixir, luminous robe, an acuity ring, and a golden earring. I pick everything up. The one that's really important for the final fights is the golden earring, which boosts. I didn't talk about it in much detail earlier, but the silver earring boosts HP by 25%. The silver stud, which I didn't use yet, halves MP costs, and then the golden earring boosts HP by 50%. So, let's roll the cutie ring. I'm gonna keep that equipped and give Chrono the power scarf. And then let's do a save. This is in case I like do something silly. Save. There's like the acuity ring by comparison boosts accuracy by 10 points, which is important for this run. Like it's not mandatory by any means, but by gosh, it makes something way better coming up in like 10 minutes or so. This area is another one of those areas where you cannot run away from encounters. So that's the real reason I did a save. We have a mini boss here though that you're supposed to fight earlier, but it can just be delayed until now, and it's perfectly fine. And one flame kick will end the fight. And I had that left wall because there's an encounter that can spawn if you don't do that. But now that we're at the dome that I was originally alluded to us, we can get some exposition that I'm skipping the text through about Alcazar, who's the Guru of Reason. We have the Magic Kingdom era of 12,000 BC. has three gurus who definitely like whose names are like pretty much picked out from the Bible of Melchior, I guess, Bar and Balthazar. Balthazar records himself onto this new construct and then talks to us and asks if we want to name the ship. And I just, of course, I'm just doing the default names and everything. So with this, we now have a time machine and we can travel back to the era that we were just in. All right, and so we can't actually go back to the Zeal Palace just yet, but we can go this way. And Melchior in this era is trapped on a mountain, and we were advised to go save him. But that said, there's this mud beast den. These fights against these mud beasts are very straightforward. With the way I have it set up, just one fire sword and attack will will defeat each one of them. And I'm going to elect to lower the battle speed because we've got... this is a pretty notorious boss for being really obnoxious in speedrun, so... that is unlucky. Try again. I want that blue mud beast to fall asleep. Oh my gosh. What is going on, man? There we go, finally. That getting not having that miss twice is just really unlucky. So now that the blue mud beast is asleep, I can start attacking the bottom, who has 1200 HP, but has high magic defense and high defense. So it just turns out to be the case that it's faster to kill the Mudem than it is to attack these the mud beasts themselves first. I was wanting to just check and see whether or not that was gonna put Luca to sleep. Because that, like, exploding, like, bomb attack can put your characters to sleep. The other thing don't want to happen is this heal. Healing is just extends the fight. To use a fire sword here. The turns were the ATB was gonna line up for a fire sword. I think that fire sword actually mattered. Okay. All right, that was the fight. Fire sword like does like a little bit more in that situation. That said, that's the last fight I'll be using Luca for the rest of the run, unfortunately. So I'm going to get her, put the side scope on her, and then boost that Ayla's strength a little bit more. And set the battle speed to max, because now that we're done with that fight, I'm going to start really ramping up like the amount of tech points I need to gain. Because here we have rebels. They're quite evasive. That's good. But Ayla is very, I was going to say very, like, much more likely to hit with the Acuity Ring. She just needs one more hit for the fight to be over. Okay. And I'm trying to, I have Chrono and Robo Berserk because they can contribute to the damage if they hit as well, but it's not guaranteed. This is taking huge advantage of how tech points work with learning techs. Okay, all right. Chrono critting is instantly ending a fight. So that's also something I always like to see. When you learn a tech, you get a boost to like you basically get that the tech points that you got will just be awarded again every time you learn a tech. So when that first Robo was KO'd, both Ayla and Robo got awarded 200 tech points and not 100 because of it. That's just a thing in the game. It happens in all versions. It's something that I definitely like everyone that of Chrono Trigger that you see pretty much takes advantage of it. So I just need to fight one more, like defeat one more of these, and then we're good to go. I don't know, there's another crit from Chrono, so now I don't have to fight any more of them. I'm going to Power Scarf, put the Speed Belt, and Silver Star. At this point, I want Ayla to have the Silver Stud equipped just so an upcoming part of the run, I'm not using as much MP as I could be, and it's just a little bit better to like it saves like a little bit of time by doing that. Like I don't have to use as many items and I don't have to pick up as many ethers. There's another rebel right there, but I elect not to fight that one. Because it is possible for the rebels to run. Like it's unlikely with the setup I did, but I don't want to risk like having to backtrack for a third rebel KO if I miss that one. Pick up that chest with the time hat, and we'll be onward to the boss of this area. So I learned a lot of text there, but especially at that first rebel. But the most important one was I learned Robo Tackle, and then I learned Boulder Toss. Boulder Toss allows for the double tech of Falcon Strike, which I'm going to showcase here. And okay, I was trying to beat out that animation, but due to the battle speed, it's, like doing things in the fight is kind of tight. So, like, ideally I get 9 hits on the head before the arms are restored a second time, but it's just hard to do this with the battle speed difference. But I think I got it. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna queue up Laser Spin there, and that's the fight. Welcome in, Natcher, for the raid. So, defeating the boss Gigagaya, frees Malkier, but also is going to remove the chain on this mountain. The mountain's going to fall. This area of the mountain of woe is going to fall, and it's going to be permanently inaccessible for the rest of like this playthrough. Like, unless if you like do beat the game and do the new game plus. And because of the Shala comes to visit, but ends up being a bit of something dangerous because she ended up she was followed by Dalton, and Dalton's gonna catch up with her, um, and he's gonna attack Melchior and kidnap Shala so that she can activate the Mammon Machine and the Ocean Palace, which is where they were wanting to put the Mammon Machine, which because it's closer to where Lavos is underground. Um, they're going to activate closer to Lavos, and they're using Lavos as a collective power source. And doing it is going to be very dangerous, very much a possible calamity that could befall. And we decided to, in Melchior's place, like go and try to stop the man machine because it could awaken Lavos. And I'm gonna detour here to Inasa. There's a free heal right there. I'm gonna solve this puzzle that some of the NPCs allude to, and it gets me access to a fight with 6 news. This fight is not threatening because, like just due to the way I set up the commands, it's essentially just default targeting. So with the attacks I did, this is a pretty easy fight and gets 90 more tech points. And Ayla and Robo learned a double attack called Boogie, as well as Ayla learning the attack Charm and Robo learning Heal Beam. I should note, like, the way I set this up is actually kind of silly. The tech point, like, requirements for, like, Ava and Robo's techs are, like nearly the exact same from, like, the 4th tech onward through to their last. And they basically almost have, like, the identical, like, tech point numbers, like, for their requirements for the next tech. It's kind of funny. It's like a difference of 4 between them. So they're just going to be learning techs at the same time, and it's very much intentional that I'm doing it this way. In Kajar right there, while I was talking, I did go and grab an additional speed capsule. The news give a speed capsule, and then there's a speed capsule there. I just wanted to confirm that I got them both. We have another fight here. Dalton basically does nothing but counter everything you do. He's going to counter by having my character's HP. I think I didn't equip Dark Mail, so I'm just going to take it safe and heal Robo. Oh. Then I'm going to use one more Falcon Strike. I thought about like potentially using like Robo Tackle there, but Robo Tackle can miss. So you don't want Robo Tackle to miss. Well, you don't want anything to miss because you'll just get countered anyway. But for defeating him, he was guarding the entrance to the Ocean Palace, and so we take the transport into the Ocean Palace, and this is another location where, yeah, I forgot to equip it again. Let's do a safety save here. This fight, like this area, I normally do a safety save just because, like, in case like I mess something up, and I don't want to like mess anything up. Like I do with an incorrect number of fights, but to really proceed here, you gotta like step on a switch on like one of these corner areas. I'm gonna pick up two chests along the way. This is an Aeonian suit, and right here is the Kaiser arm, which is a stronger weapon for Robo. I was just gonna wait that out. I wasn't sure when they were gonna move again. And now hitting that second switch granted me access to go further down the Ocean Palace. There are a couple of tricky. This is a fight skip here that is a little bit tricky, but as long as you take it a little bit patiently, it's fine. This fight is skippable, but it's just faster to run into it and just throw a Falcon Strike to kill these enemies. And because I still need experience and tech points. This one, it's possible to potentially look into fighting that fight because you have to work through that fight anyway, but I will not to right now. But something I could look into for like future runs with this route. Here, however, I'm going to do this fight in front of, because this is an elevator, I'm going to elect to do this fight 4 times and get experience and tech points from it this way. It just happened to be that doing this fight 4 times is like the perfect number for like the setup for this checkpoint routing. So in order for, oh gosh, I'm just gonna run and reset that up. I made like a small mistake there, so I'm gonna just reset the fight because the enemy on the far left can disable your text, and I didn't want to back it up. It's gonna be manageable because I have routed in like healing Chrono's MP. This is the second one. So yeah, what I was trying to say earlier was in order to beat the game like somewhat quick, you do still need a good means of dealing out damage. And so a part of this is getting enough tech points so that I can deal good damage on the final boss. And that was the 4th one. So I can now proceed down the elevator. These fights on the elevator are required to defeat. I elect to heal Chrono's MP there instead of like having to possibly deal with it in menu. Even though I like made that mistake earlier, it's gonna be fine. This is the last fight on the elevator, so we'll be heading the auto soul grind, making sure grind section like pretty quickly from this point. So on the stats version of the game, you can get past these guys and potentially skip the fight, but I don't think there's a way on this version, so I elect to just take them out within one attack like that. And gotta hit 2 switches to like both switches on these sides to proceed. So, there's a chest here with another elixir, and is it sheltered? Importantly, there's a upcoming boss. So should be good. This boss is, instead of there being like the single one from earlier, there's now two of them that you have to fight, and you have to win this one. But due to everything I've set up, I can sliding to, and then I'm gonna use Boogie, which I learned earlier, and inflict stop. Stop does not only just prevents them from acting, but they also have reduced defense. So, because they're inflicted with stop, 5 Falcon Strikes will end the fight. It's possible to also inflict other status ailments on them, but stop is by far the best status ailment to inflict on them. Stop does run out over time, but it's definitely manageable. So both Robo and Ale learned their 6 techs from that fight. And from that, I learned the double tech beast toss. A lot of like the setup I've been doing since like after the Mudden boss fight was to get the beast toss attack, double tech. Yeah, thank you. Oh, come on in, everybody. So, fortunately, what happened there was we took the ruby knife, and actually turns out that that's what led to the Masamune Emperor. And despite that, Lavos is still summoned. And this attack kind of does so much damage that we kind of can't survive. We're too under level to survive right now. And this is the Ocean Palace Lava fight, which is a harder form of the Lava Shell fight that you can try to beat at some point, but in this run, it's not really worth doing so because of the whole situation with the final fights that I've been somewhat alluding to. I won't explain all the reasons why it's just a bad idea, but it's not really a good thing to try to do, as far as I can tell. But because of that, fortunately, we have to say goodbye to Chrono. I didn't mention, but for anybody who's came in this DS version of the game, you can toggle between movies being like the additional anime movies that they made being on and off, and they of course in the a speed run you just toggle it off, and it just looks and behaves like more like the SNES version of the game for a lot of different things in this version. It, and there are definitely a lot of places where the movies would have bounced in if I didn't turn them off like right at the start. So this little bit requires not much input from my hands. All of like ways to the magic kingdom, and then we're gonna and my partner's gonna have to deal with a bit of the fall of that. But it also gets the ice age goes away as well. But the, but the magic kingdom falling into the water causes a big tragedy. But this is another time where you can actively take a break, because at least until after the title, at least until right here, because then your party talk after a small bit. So this is the elder from the Earthbound village of Algety that we were in. I didn't actually say the name of the village, but just talks to us when we were awake, and then he hands us the pendant and the e-box safe and sound. But now we have to configure party. I'm gonna keep Marley in, and then I'm gonna arrange the party in that order. I'm gonna go here and buy a bunch of eye potions. You don't need to buy that many, too many, I think. But I don't know, it's nice to just be a little plentiful with it. So talking to the elder, we get ambushed by Dalton, who also survived the calamity that just happened, and gonna attack the party. But somehow our party it's outsmarted, and he captures us anyway. And Dalton is the only person who's smart enough to take your equipment away after imprisoning you. So all your stuff is taken away at this point. but having Ayla in, Ayla can still fight because Ayla fights with her fists. So we're just gonna get right to the end because the game gives you back all your equipment anyway once you complete this place. It just doesn't give you back your money. And I had the party set up in this specific order because these guys, these Battle Knights, cannot attack Ayla. They're actually being blocked by Marley and Robo, and so they can't attack. So, but the enemy on the left could, so that's why I used the cat attack to defeat it right away. This point, I'm gonna equip just the Kaiser arm I picked up and the bronze bowgun. I've had that since the start, and I just didn't sell it. And we're just gonna go right to the end and. Oh, we get this by with this big golem. It's gonna count down, but I'm not doing anything because this goal is actually scared of the scared of heights, and it's just gonna run away. So you don't actually have to defeat that enemy. That boss has 15,000 HP. So it's not worth it to try to deal that much damage in that amount of time in a speed run. And now that we're now that that's happened, actually was able to get our time machine to be able to fly around. He's gonna try to attack us with it. And then try to attack the party with it. So, I'm going to just mention that Beast Toss is one of the strongest double techs in the game. And even at the levels I'm at, I'll be able to show how much damage it's going to do. So I threw one boulder toss, and I tried. But here's how much damage it's going to do. We're going to just roll them around, and 2,000. That's enough to end the fight. Here our characters allude to the controls on the Epoch or Time Machine being like a SNES being like a SNES or like a DS controller. The the funny thing is like they didn't have to like change like any of the codes due to how similarly the DS was designed to the SNES in terms of controls. So like it's somewhat cute in that respect. So like all the codes between both versions of the game are the same. There's like a bunch of like codes and like button related stuff that in the game that they didn't change between the two. This is in case I'm silly, safety save. Salmon is in, oh, it's Magus. Magus was the prophet, and I forgot mentioning it earlier because he reveals himself after we get knocked out. We lose Lavos, and then we learn about his past. Was this like meant to be like a different time, somewhat of a different timeline? Like before, like we completely intervened in it, in all of it. Where the Gurs and Yanis were all sent to different eras in time after, like, during like the original calamity. And Magus is that was that boy, but this almost escalates to a fight, and I want to say no to that here, as saying no allows him to join the party. And I'm not going to put him in the party just yet. I will put him in the party in a little bit. But now we can freely roam around. With having the ebook, there are a couple loose ends that I'm going to do, and then we'll be off to the final bosses. With the epoch being able to fly, you can now skip a part of the final boss gauntlet. There's normally a boss rush that the game puts if you were to take. There's the bucket in the end of time you take, and with the epoch you can skip that entire gauntlet. So I'm gonna work to the Middle Ages here. To start my actual my rest of collection of the stuff I need for finishing this run. First, I'm gonna detour to this sealed chest, which has another speed capsule in it, and next I'm gonna head to Ozzy's fort over here. There are two places that open with that cutscene. Mess up the order of opening things. One earring and Kaiser arm. And safety save. So, Ozzy's Fort is Magus' side quest. You get a lot more dialogue if you have Magus in the party. But I want to use this party specifically so Ayla can get more experience and tech points from the fights that I'm here for. I'm here to for a few reasons. And got a couple of rematches between Flea and Slash. So I throw a cat attack and then Beast Toss just ends the fight. This is always like always a delightful cutscene to have to sit through. Put monsters up and just listen to the music. And monsters, like, oh gosh. But yeah, that cutscene's always really silly. Next is a fight with Slash. These first two like refights are really not that threatening. Like they're overall just weaker than the original fight between Flea and Slash, but they also do way more damage. So there's an obvious trap here that I'm going to intentionally do because I want that ether. First and foremost, that's a high that chest is a high ether, and it's just convenient to grab it. And I want to heal Robo's MP anyway, because we're gonna do what is definitely one of the more difficult fights right here. But we're not gonna do this fight fair. I got Marley in the party for a reason. Alright, good. So I was able to confuse Flea with that attack, with her second attack that she learns early. That is unlucky. And now I want to eliminate Slash as fast as possible. And at this point, I basically won the fight, but I need to do 3 Beast Tosses on Ozzy to finish it. I did get unlucky there. I'm gonna go for it again. I'm using Twin Charm just because it's much more likely to succeed in charming the item I want, which is the Flea Bustier. And the SNES version is called the Flea Vest. And this last piece used to be possible in the fight. Because once you defeat Ozzy, both Flea and Slash will get KO'd, so you don't have to defeat Flea or anything. Also, those 2 chests are valuable. That Speed Ring boosts speed by 3, which is really nice. And got Magus has some of his best equipment there. Things like the Gloom Helm. There's the Gloom Cape is the 3rd chest, but I'm not picking that up because I don't need it. So now that I've done that fight, I no longer need to use Robo, and I'm gonna swap Magus in. I'm gonna give him the silver stud. And I'm going to boost magic by 2 points. And give him all the speed caps as I've gotten up to this point. I'm gonna lower the battle speed to 3. And come across a ruined area, but this is actually the remains of the Chrono. This is the Giant's Claw, and I'm here because I still need to learn one more attack, and the and learning this last attack, I still need to do more fighting, fortunately. So I'm gonna be grind. Like this is like the last like big grind of the run, I'd say. So this fight, I'm going to be fighting a total of 17 times, and then we'll be done with, and then we'll be on our merry way out of here. Hi there, Focus. Yep, I'd say it's been going over well. Had some hiccups early, but yeah. Everything's been like pretty good otherwise. Like I just made some mistakes like early on, and then like everything else has definitely been good. One cute thing that's going to be noticeable here is that Ayla's HP is like steadily increasing to a specific value. I want it's gonna do exactly what I want, and it's here, and her HP will, with the golden earring, it's gonna max out because she'll hit level 35 at on the final fight that I have to do. And this grind is for her 7th tech called Dino Tail. Dino Tail is a desperation kind of move where it deals more damage if the character using it is at low HP compared to their max HP. I didn't match that out, but that's fine. Marley getting knocked out on this fight is not the end of the world. I just need to match a little bit more to make sure it doesn't happen more times. This grind, like this part right here, is the main reason I picked up the silver stud, because it avoids having to heal Magus's MP. I guess I can also talk a little bit about like how I made this route and why it came to be. I was like really curious on uh, um, what options there were to try to do a safer route, like a more marathon safe route in the first place. And this route basically just synthesized like things I've seen like a lot of other people do. Um, there have been like any percent routes that like speedrun routes that do fight the like glitchless any percent speedrun routes that fight the Aussie trio. But there haven't been that many. And I have seen like people grind in this area in the past. I've also seen people go set up Death Peak to actually do a grind there, which is substantially slower than what I'm doing here, from what I can tell. We're almost done, by the way. There's 3 more fights. Magus comes in at level 37, and in this route he hits level 40, which is important for the setup that I have. The piece of equipment I charm, the Flea Bustier or the Fleet Vest, like it boosts magic defense by 12 points, which is huge. Magic defense in Chrono Trigger is like one of the most important stats when it comes to surviving fights, especially like near the end. And that was the last fight, so I can be on my way out. In that chest is the 3rd high ether. I need 3 total. To do the final bosses effectively. It just takes a little bit to backtrack out. Oh yeah. Without that that boost to magic defense, like fighting these final bosses is just way too scary. I stopped by in the Poor Elder's house because there's a sealed chest I'm picking up here. It's that one on the right. And the sealed chests that you can decline are both in the past and present and everything. This is a somewhat of a tricky mechanic casually, but you can upgrade equipment doing that, and upgrading that gets me the white plate, which absorbs all lightning elemental damage. And this is my last stop at the West Cape to get another speed capsule. The grind fight I did gets you shield spheres, which put the protect status up. I can do it in this order. I want to use that one capsule on Ayla. Birdie cap. White plate. Leave us CA. And do safety save. That's in case, but should be good to go. I can just double check the equip. Okay, alright. Yeah, we're good to go. So I'm all set up for the final fights now. So, like, a lot of the setup really is to like, there are two stages of this, of the final boss. But after like the shell, you got Inner Lavos and Lavos Core. The most of the setup that I've done is actually for Lavos Core. Lavos Core has a random choice between 4 different attack patterns. And we're gonna have a cutscene before we get it into the nitty gritty, in which I might need a bit of time to focus. And for like the Inner Lavos fight. The Inner Lavos fight is consistent. It's consistent. So as long as I don't bleed like spend way too long out of my out of menus, which is called bleeding ATB. That fight is consistent. So the Lavos Core fight, this setup pretty much allows Magus to tank all damage that Lavos Core can deal. And so I'm much more suited to react to every attack that Lavos Core can pull. So it is very much a good quality of life thing to do that. And the fact that I got the setup, like it's in a sense it actually works better than like I had expected. It's kind of like something I'm really happy about. But yeah, I have to focus now for this fight because I have to deal with the arms are the threat in this fight. There, I waited intentionally. So, haste really is going to speed up the amount of turns I can get. And I need the left arm has 12,000, the right arm has 8,000, so I am targeting the right arm with Dark Bomb. And I'm gonna throw a barrier onto Magus at this point. Right. Okay, and so as long as this high ether goes off, there's goes the arms, and good. So at Dark Will shows I entered the final phase of the fight, and I'm going to have Magus soul the rest of the fight. It's um, if Magus can get a few critical hits, that ends up saving a little bit more time, but it's not super likely. This is working because of the Doom Scythe having a passive bonus to its damage. It does it does 2 times its normal attack damage with one person knocked out, and 3 times with both party members the 2 other party members knocked out. So I got 2 crits. Is that enough? Oh, okay. I'm gonna skip it. Yeah. So if you get enough critical hits, you skip Lavos using Dark Will a second time, which is an obstacle on this NES version. So yeah. So yeah, that fight is consistent because of like how this setup works. And then this fight, there are 4 options for what will happen with the center. The right is the true final boss with 30,000 HP. So I need to throw this Lapis to heal, because the defense lowering here, that's worse. RNG. Hopefully I get lucky about it, but it's not guaranteed. Need to. I need to heal that confusion. I'm gonna have Ayla heal herself with a potion, because the next warp can just knock her out. Alright, now the fight should be over, but I'll have to still deal the damage. Never mind, I forgot about poison. But I was able to get another attack off from haste, so it should be fine. But I am gonna have to heal Ayla's MP again. It should be in the clear though. Ayla and Magus are just gonna have to deal enough damage to end the fight. And due to having haste, I'll just be able to continue having turns. Ooh, that was close. So yeah, I don't think there's that much more to say, but yeah, I should say, get ready on time, because this or the next Dino Tail will, like, one of these upcoming attacks is going to end the fight. Time. So yeah.
Great job, Fox.
Thanks. With the break, what was the final time on the stream?
I had 4:07:58.
Oh, that's not that bad. Yeah, my second one, like one of my runs with this crowd, got a 3:59:13, which is very good. So, trying to run against that would be pretty hard. I got like very good luck for like everything.
Well, this was a lot of fun. Everybody, so many people love this game, myself included, and it was really cool to see the run and the DS version as well, which, people don't always get a chance to see. So this was just a wonderful showcase.
Yeah, I'm the first person to have run the DS version with like leaderboard times. I had considered it in the past. It's just this year, like I decided to like actually go all the way and do it.
Well, I'm really glad. I mean, it was really exciting when you started posting times on our Discord, and you're just like, "Oh, there's someone running Chrono Trigger in our community. This is so cool,"
I don't know if we have time to sit through the ending, but
Yeah, we got a
Yeah,
few minutes. We got a few minutes. We can watch some of this. It's got a good ending, and I'm sure there's a few more things you probably want to say. So
yeah. I would like. There's a. I don't know how many people I have to shout outs to, like in the Chrono Trigger community. I think in like the Chrono Trigger Discord community, Red Slash is someone who's been very helpful. There's someone else who like has like whose name I'm not remembering right now, who gave like some very like useful information about how a lot of how the game works. So I was able to like I've been able to like learn how to like to do like my own damage calcs and use that to like help uh, make my own and build my own routes for the game. Just to see like if I is there something better? Is there other things one can try? Um, so like oh certain fights like especially like beginning like when I put those two when I started boosting ALS stats were because of me doing damage counts and finding out that um, uh, things are such a thing. Yeah, this ending they do like this blah 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 thing about being able to save Chrono. So the party's gonna try to leave part and save Chrono, but Marley's gonna stay, and Lucas says he'll bring him back. And Luca tinkered the telepod to get everybody to time travel again so they could revive Chrono.
so is this the same ending they get in the original any percent of the game?
In the original any percent, no, it's one of the. You don't have Chrono die in like the one of like the original 90% runs. Like it's like after um it's like before you even get to getting the epoch you can is when like the classic runs were doing it, and so it gets like one of the bonus like new game plus endings that
Oh,
technically
right.
you don't have you can do without new game plus. It's just very difficult, you know.
Sure,
And
sure. I gotcha.
so
Okay.
um the this ending really is because um it's just a much safer route to do because um mostly due to Lavos core. Um, you just don't have the um, like certain attacks can just lead to a wipe if you get like a wrong order of attacks.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um,
that makes sense.
like the big one in particular is his Grand Stone attack, which is like a very powerful physical attack. So
Hmm.
you can get that attack like straight away, and if you don't have like you don't even like have route for like the protect status, and so you're pretty much guaranteed to like the only thing that can get you past this like having the green dream, and
Hmm.
because they use the green dream to get past the inner lavas fight beforehand.
Hmm.
So it's like you just don't have like good enough defenses to handle some of the attacks.
Hmm.
But yeah, shoutouts to a few people. I always like watching people run and play the game when they have time. Runner Ashwin was wanting to work on DS. I don't think she's done anything in a bit. But, this is like the DS credits that show up after beating the game. Um, Few people I like to talk to. I've got Condra, who is still working on Chrono Trigger on PC for her own runs. Who has some goals that she has yet to beat. Yeah, if there are other people I could shout out, um, aren't that I probably won't have enough time to like really say everything I want to say, but there's so I've definitely been able to get a lot of help to like get improve at playing this game over the past few months.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was very impressive, and it's not an easy game because of the way the encounter system works and various other
Uh-huh.
things. The ATB system. So yeah, it takes
Yes.
a lot of skill to get through it, and that was a lot of fun to watch. So thank you again.
Yes. Yeah, I I plan to continue playing this game. If you follow me, um I'm doing like when I have time, I'm trying to do a run of uh, of like the goal is do all like the mainline quests that you get after um reviving Chrono, which are like all the main side quests that are in the original game, and the other, and then I added a goal of all bosses, and so that means that you just have to fight every boss in the game, but some bosses you don't have to win against. You don't have to win against any boss that you don't have that it isn't required to, but every other boss you do have to win against. So it for the this version of the game that adds like from like your typical like SNES like all quest run, which is like 5.5 hours or so. That adds like at least 2 hours. It makes it a long run, but I want to do more some more runs of that because I find it fun and interesting, and it shows off like everything that a lot of what this version of the game has. So I'm gonna hopefully be able to do a run of that very soon. So there's that to look
Mhm.
forward to from me.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we've been encouraging people throughout the stream to give you a follow. Certainly, I follow your channel. It's always nice to pop in and see some Chrono Trigger or whatever it is you're working on.
Hmm.
And I hope everybody else does the same. So, and I think that's going to do it for us. We're going to hop from one great RPG speedrun to another. We're going to go ahead and raid Silly, who is doing practice for SGDQ of Final Fantasy IX. He'll be running Final Fantasy IX at SGDQ in just a few weeks. So we're going to go ahead and raid Sil. And thanks again for coming, everybody. We will see you again for our next showcase. Shouldn't be too long. And take care until then. Bye now.
Bye.